Sorry about that. Went to get coffee and some Snapple. Pretty good sales on this realm. Managed to sell fresh Tawak meat for 11k. I think we picked that up for. Yeah, it was like pretty close to a month ago. We bought 2 of those, 2k each. Sold one at 4.7, and then we sold our second one for 11. So pretty nice profit on those. Sold 2 uncanny pieces as well. Storm Steel Destroyer, the Fire Flash. Really nice 9.2k for that one. I think it's a crit haste one. That's why it sold for so much more. And then Peerless, which is I think haste mastery, went for 1.6. So not as much. But definitely worth crafting these, I think, on Tichondrius. Especially if you high roll crit haste. So that's like best in slot right now for BM hunters. So just gonna loot the smell and then relist. And then see what we want to craft.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I may actually send one of these over to my hunter and just learn it. Picked up 2 of those at 135. Try to flip it, but you can see the price has already dropped to like 350, 400.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So we're at 1.46 million on this realm. Plus whatever I have on my hunter. So doing pretty well. That was like since late June. Been able to like steadily grow gold. Looks like it was kind of flat during July. And then flat like looks like late July to early August. But yeah, we're at our all-time high. So doing pretty well. So you guys can see there's a bunch of dagger mods at 10 gold. Might actually buy those out. Yeah, fees are still at like 70. So it'll be like 23 gold profit. After the auction house, gotta be like 20. which I guess isn't too bad. Or we could leave it up and see if any of these sellers undercut that 10 gold. I think I'll just leave it up. It's only 117. Not too worried if someone else comes along and picks up that many. So it looks like it's like 750 up to 17k for some of the pieces. It's actually pretty good. Wonder why the staffs are so high.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, you guys can see that even at rank 1 they're showing profit. Has a crafting cost of Expulsum at 22 gold. Pretty sure that's correct. Maybe it should be higher. But definitely green for most of the items, even at rank 1. And then if we like high roll a good affix, then it'll be even more profit. Could try and get rank 2 on the weapons though. I do have some of the Marks of Honor saved up on one of my other accounts, so I could mail some over. So we should probably update this material price string for the Expulsum. Let me see if I can find one real quick. I think I found one on Reddit, so hopefully it works. Yeah, I think that seems more right. If we get like Tide Spray Linen for 2 gold each, it's gonna cost us a little bit over 20 gold for each bracer. It has like a 1 in 6 chance to get it Expulsum. So 20 by 6 would be like 120. Would be nice if it showed us what we're supposed to use.
This had better. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh, you can see some of the deck pounders. Oh, that's the Notorious. That's why it's going for so much. Just one seller. Has it listed for super high.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh, it's actually showing negative profit. Since we only have rank 1. We could probably turn that green. If we got rank 2 at least. But I'm gonna see if I have enough of the Marks of Honor to get rank 3 on all the weapons. So it's 5 weapons. We need 6 for each craft, so it'd just be 30 Marks of Honor. Pretty sure I have that pretty easily on my priests. I'm gonna check my other account on my laptop and mail some over. Completely forgot some of the realms are down today, but thankfully my priest is not on a realm. It's getting merged. It did get merged like 2 weeks ago, but not today. Did also buy a bunch of platinum ore. That actually lasts a long time.
They say you have the heir of the throne? I pray we chose our allies well.
Yeah, I think I have plenty of the other ores. You can see I'm sitting on 1k Osmondite, 4.5k Storm Silver. So plenty to work with. Looks like I have 120 Marks of Honor, so we could even upgrade the some of the armors to rank 2 and rank 3. Uh, 6x6, so that'd be 36. And then we needed 30 for the weapons, so that'd be 66. I guess I'll just start with the weapons for now. See if it's worth crafting the armors. I think the vendor is down here for Horde.
Greetings. Zandala forever.
So much easier getting around his alliance. Everything seems like a lot closer.
Time is money, friend. Be careful out there. Yeah, what do you want? If you ever need anything,
Yeah, those numbers look way better. 400 gold to 1.3k profit on some of them. I think I'm just gonna hearth back since I'm lazy. Could fly, but it's gonna save us like a minute. Not having the fly back. Hey Red Siren, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I did see that earlier today. We could also check out the prices of Kunda's Bite. Get some potentially cheap Expulsum that way.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, so it's like 30 gold for 5 Expulsum. Definitely worth it. Actually gonna buy some for my other tunes as well, mail it over. I think I have 5 120s on this realm. Sounds right.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh, it's because that realm's getting merged. Just gonna melt to a different realm for now. I do have to cap Outland at some point. I think I'm at like 72 or 73 points from crafting the long blades. Oh, only 68. And yeah, I do need to cap that. I'm actually gonna check the prices at Corium, see if it's cheap. It's usually at like 500 on this realm.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, looks like someone reset to 1.2k and 2k for the bars. So definitely not worth crafting it.
Bring it to me.
Long blades are down to below 30k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
May actually have to find something else to craft to cap my Outland blacksmithing.
Do you know who I am? Give my regards to the throne.
Could also turn this in, but I'm not too worried about AP, so I'm just gonna do the Expulsum quest. And that'll get us one extra weapon, I think. I think the one-handers take 4 Expulsum, and the two-handers are 6. Oh, it's 3 for the one-hander, 5 for the two-handers at rank 3.
I've been expecting.
So I can probably craft like 2 of each, just to start out. Sitting on 78. So it'd be... I think 38 Expulsum that we use, if we craft 2. That's not too bad. 8.6k profit, and potentially more if we high roll good affixes. I don't remember if we made operation for crafted gear. I think we can try this.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
We did sell one of the weapons that we just relisted for 1k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
Probably should craft more of those.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Scans on this realm take forever.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think I'm gonna queue up more weapons. Just use up or expulse them, and then I can shuffle more later.
Time to smash it! Go now!
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it.
I think we're actually done on this turn, so I'm gonna switch over to my monk. Hopefully sold more feasts. Yeah, I actually woke up a little bit earlier today, so I'm on much earlier. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Steve Annie. Doing pretty well. Just sipping coffee, and I also have some iced tea here as well. So it looks like we sold 210 of the feasts.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
We're also sitting on about 1200.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think we still have 3 weeks until Darkmoon Fair, so we should be able to unload all of ours before then. Yeah, next Darkmoon Fair is on the 12th. And then we do also need to restock the Mystic Pandaria toys for time walking on the 1st. I'll have to set an alert on my cell phone to do that.
The winds guide you. Ancestors.
So I do have 74 Expulsum on this tune. But I think I was going to try and roll better legs. I do have Versa Mastery ones, which are pretty good for tanking, but I'm going to try and run, I think, Versa Crit for healing. Similar to these. You can see these have a lot of Versa. And then I picked up Versatile 3s, so I can put those on the legs and the feet. And then probably cleanse this. Haste isn't as good anymore. They did nerf Rising... Is it Rising Kick? Rising Mist.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Pretty amped I got this recipe. I think I just did like 2 or 3 runs and got the recipe. You can see they're selling for a really nice profit on this realm. Same with the jungle hats.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think I'm pretty close to capping everything on this realm for leatherworking. Just need to work on Legion. I think I needed to go out and get more bloods. But we're at 88 out of 100, so we should get there pretty soon. Oh, does it start on the 6th? Oh, so it's like 2 weeks out. Hopefully we can dump our feasts.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Those dagger moths that we looked at earlier are still up. I don't even know if it's worth it to list these old drums, but I did craft a bunch to level up my Outland leatherworking. So I'm just throwing up a lot of what I crafted to level it up. I don't even think I've set up a group for these items yet. I'm gonna have to list them manually. Interesting. Bunch up at 9k. One person threw theirs up for 900. Kind of tempted to flip it, but the sale rate is really low. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, people have something up at 1.5 and people will just undercut by 1k. Trying to chase after the long boy. Glad we're getting the best faction stream today. I'm actually like 50-50. I do a lot of keys and stuff like on Alliance, but I've been doing a lot of keys here on Tyke as well.
A kite cannot fly unless the wind blows against it, Grandmaster.
I'm gonna try and get those legs.
Farewell.
Hopefully I'll get it right away, so I don't have to keep re-rolling. Hey, nice, we did it. We got crit burst. I remember on my priest I had to reroll one of the pieces probably like 20 times. But we got lucky on the monk. Someone put some arcane crystals for 350, but the next one was 800. Dang. I guess if you have like experience selling, you could always do a reset. But I looked at the sale rate for that transmog item and it was like probably not worth it. If it was a little bit higher, I probably would have done reset.
Do you want something?
I thought I had some verse gems made, but I guess not. I'll have to move some over at some point.
Zandala forever.
But we do have 14 expulsum left. Wonder if the bow's worth crafting.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So Uncanny Combatant's bow, 1.4k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So it's actually a loss at rank 1. Like, all the leather's really cheap, but the expulsum is expensive. Especially when we need 7 of them for each of the bows at rank 1. So I may try and get rank 3 on this tune. But I'm not too worried about it. We are crafting the guns on the engineer. So we are in the market somewhat. So I'm sitting at like 5 corruption. I can probably just put the versatility 3s on these 2 pieces. Gave us roughly 2% more Versa. I actually don't even need to cleanse this. Sitting at 45. And I can do some upgrades later to get it down to 40. Or to 39, I guess. And then we could probably scrap the Versa Mastery ones. Not sure how much better they are for tanking. Maybe I'll just keep it. Mastery is pretty insane for Brew. Oh, but I'm running TD. Yeah, these legs are actually insane for tanking, so I'll keep it. Was hoping to scrap so we'd have more expulsum to craft with, but if we're not gonna craft stuff like the bows, it shouldn't matter too much. I wonder if the armors are worth crafting at rank 3. You can see they're showing a loss right now. At rank 1. Crafting cost is super high because of the expulsum. Like, most of this 800 gold is from the expulsum. Yeah, it's valuing it at 169. So yeah, like 600 and I think 40 out of that 800 is just from expulsum. So if we got rank 3, that would help out a ton with the crafting cost, and would definitely bring these to profitable. But I'm probably going to save my Marks of Honor for blacksmithing. So may skip the leatherworking crafts on this tune. Gonna check out alchemy really quick. I do actually have rank 3 of the Unbridled Fury. Dang, we didn't get the Silas proc. You can see I've just been buying these instead of crafting them. I think they're much cheaper. But if we get a Silas proc and we can get the Xanathid for super cheap, it may actually be worthwhile to start crafting our own now.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So Xanathid's 444 right now. So I think it would be a lot cheaper to craft our own. If we get lucky with the Silas proc, since we do have rank 3. Yeah, it's like a crafting cost of 16 gold. And then the potions are selling for 30, I think. A little bit under 30. So we could potentially make like 10 gold profit on each of those if we got lucky with the proc. May actually buy out some of these at 444. You can see the last time we picked them up, we bought 700 at 7 gold 80. So the price is almost like half that now. Getting pretty late in the expansion. But I do run through the potions very fast, running keys and stuff, so probably worth investing in some of this. You can see the historical price is like 7 gold. Region is almost 10. And then DB market's like 5 gold. So 444 is a pretty decent pickup. Probably not 1.2 million worth, but I'll pick up a few. It's 273,000 Xanathid at 444. Wonder if it's worth picking up like 20,000. I'll just buy like 5,000 for now.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So we may also look into picking up rank 3 of the other superior battle potions.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I'm gonna check if it's worthwhile. Yeah, I don't think this is taking into account the sus proc, so it's probably worth it.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, everything else is super low. I think intellect is the only option. Yeah, I think a lot of people use the Unbridled Furies over these for keys and stuff, so those go a lot faster. I think these are more for like single target. And then only certain specs use them.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So I guess we could try some of the intellect ones. I actually have to go out and get it.
I must get closer.
Yeah, I think Int's really good for healing. And then the one that adds like extra healing is pretty good too if there's a lot of upfront burst. I think the Wild Mendings. Region average daily sold is 14. Yeah, actually, intellects are way better. Almost 10 times as much. So I guess I'll have to go out and get some of the rank 3s. Could spec statue. Maybe I think the best is still farming the Nagas. Came to the wrong place. Meant to go to Nashtar and end up in this. Oh, do they sell really fast? That's good to know. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the rank 3 is you have to go out and farm them. It's not like something you can buy with marks. For alchemy. I don't want to go in there. Yeah, the ammo ones are normally only up for a couple hours for me. Nice, that's good to know. I think I do also need to pick up some of the Siren's Pollen. I was missing the other herb that I need for it. So hopefully that's up for cheap. I think I just farm over here. Do you know if Murlocs have a chance to drop him? Yeah, if Murlocs can drop them, this would be a really good place to farm. I'm running 75 corruption. So I need to take some off. Alright, down to 50. Probably should just cleanse those bracers. But I can wear those for now. That got us to 15. So we can wear 1 TD, I think. That'll get us to 40. I guess I'll use that for now. Got yours from Commanders. So I guess I have to go after Naga instead of the Murlocs. I should check Beast as well.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Another good one to make is Lightfoot. Mostly guilds going for C or using it for Carapace. Oh nice, that's good to know. They're pretty good for Mythic Plus as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, they were really good last week. To help Kite. I'm gonna pick up this flight path while I'm here.
Welcome, land dweller.
Entertain your queen.
I'll taste your blood, Black Walker.
Try these guys over here. Hey, we got it. Easy. I just need to get that Silas proc now. So these are work orders for rank 3. So I'll have to make sure to get the quest done next time it's up. I don't see it up, but hopefully I can craft some of the ant ones. Yeah, I'll keep re-rolling Silas's. Hopefully we get the prosperity. So it's like 46 minutes until we can re-roll again. So we need Siren's Pollen. And we're sitting on 5,000 Xanthid. So I probably need like 3,000. Maybe 2,000 of the Siren's Pollen.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
3 gold. Guess we'll just buy those for now. There's some at 4 gold as well. And then the price ramps up to 4.75. I think I'll buy the ones at 4 gold as well. Lightfoot is Stormsong Valley, and I believe it comes up once a week. Nice. I'll have to keep checking. I did miss the auto hammers the other day, so I'm still sad about that, but I think they're a lot better with these quests.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Something hit me. Not sure why I got knocked back.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless. Fine, leave. I was done talking.
So I think we're done on this tune. Just a matter of logging back on, checking the prosperity. So we can craft 119. So with Silas's and rank 3, that should be a little bit over 200. And then they're selling for 43 right now. So 8.7k if we sell them all. And I wasn't even keeping track of how much we spent, but it should be profitable. Crafting cost 51. And then, yeah, I haven't taken it into account the prosperity proc. Prosperity proc, so I'm looking at the wrong one as well. Should be these, right? We bought Xanathid as 444, so it'd be like 40 gold. Siren's Pollen was between like 4 and 5. Hopefully it's profitable. You'll get 150 to 160 without silences. Yeah, I think it's like 1.4 without Silas, but rank 3, and then 1.7 if you have both.
And which lower do you bargain with? May the lower bring you fortune.
And then I'll cleanse the bracers later. Like, crit haste isn't the best, but it should still be an upgrade for me over the 465s. And then we could check our tailor as well. See if the uncanny pieces with tailoring is profitable. And then check on our enchanting sales as well. So no enchanting sales. But I think I forgot to relist yesterday. You can see the mail is showing 28 days rather than 29 or 30.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Do you want something?
I do have a bunch of old enchanting and tailoring recipes I need to learn as well. But I think I have to level everything up first before I do that.
I pray we chose our allies well.
Congrats on the auto hammer rank 3. Was that on the EU? Or did I miss it on NA again? Gonna turn these in for the expulsum. It looks like I didn't even bother to pick up the notorious or the uncanny recipes yet. So we'll have to go and do that, see if it looks profitable.
I have just the thing for you.
Oh, it's on EU. Nice. Ghost elixirs. That's like a cataclysm recipe, right? Nice. Yeah, I don't even think I have any of the old world stuff leveled up for alchemy. So I'll have to do that at some point as well.
What's mine is yours. I'll see what we can scrap together.
I'll see what we can scrounge together.
See anything useful?
That's weird.
Keep an eye out.
I guess we're supposed to talk to a different trainer. Hey Jack, how's it going? It uses Cinder Bloom. Nice, I'll have to check it out on this round.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Is it this item? Ghost Die? Your server went down for 8 hours. Yeah, I noticed a few of mine were down as well. I think Manaroth is getting merged. And then... I think Eldrithalos is getting merged as well. And I'm on both of those realms. Oh, and Dragon Maw. Ghost Elixir. $80 gold. Cinder Bloom is 13 gold. Do you think it's worth crafting on this realm?
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Especially if they stack the percent Versa. That's probably going to end up being better than their current potions. I think the tailoring trainer is like down here. I think this is leatherworking. Oh, tailoring's right here.
Name your lore, so I may name mine. Spirit's blessing.
So just farm it in Deep Home. Nice, I'll have to look into that. So the Uncanny Gear looks red. Interesting that the cloaks have the highest sale rate, even though we get a free one now. Dang, that's really steep. 5 Expulsum at rank 1. Crafting cost 1.1k.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I feel like we should get rank 3 though, if we're gonna craft any of these. I don't even know how the sell rate is that high still. You can see the sell rate on this one is only 0.07. Cloaks are at 0.1.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I was kind of hoping to farm Marks of Honor a few weeks back, but they did cancel the comp stomp until Shadowlands, so wasn't able to get any. I may actually have to grind out some real like PvP to get rank 3s on every profession on this realm. There's a brawl this week. Win a PvP brawl, 5 Marks of Honor, the Footlocker, which I think has like 2 or 3, Conquest and Honor. So I guess we could spam a bunch of these. Just do 1 on each tune. But I absolutely hate PvP. So currently on my realm, it's a profit of 144. It only takes 2 Cinder Bloom to make 1 elixir. Dang, that's really good. Yeah, even if I just bought it off the auction house, I think it'd be pretty good.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries.
So like 13 gold each for Cinder Bloom. And then these are going for 80 gold. So if we get a Slylis proc, it's like roughly 20 gold crafting cost, and we're selling them at 80.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh, I do also need to get Transmute Mastery on my Alchemist on this realm. That's another thing that I should probably work on. I'll just work on it later. Queue's taking forever right now. But I'm gonna do Transmute Mastery on my Alchemist before I forget. So switching back over to my Monk.
I need to target something first.
Strength and honor. Strength.
Thrallhall, speak, friend. Go forth to victory.
So I think we need to level up either Classic or Miss Pandaria. But let me look it up real quick before I do that. So it says with 8.0.1 you need 300 out of 300 Classic. Dang. Hopefully it's not too hard to level up.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Dang, 30 gold for Briarthorn. Kind of pricey. I'm gonna see if there's an alternative craft.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Step closer and don't mumble. Not everything in the ocean is as good looking. Blood and thunder.
Guess I'll pick that up on here as well.
Farewell.
interesting. Min buyout is 1 silver. Vendor sell is 1 silver as well. Not sure why they didn't just vendor it. So we got to 60 really easily.
Strength.
So I think we want to craft the mana pots. You can see it has the lowest crafting cost at 5 gold 60. Not quite sure when it turns yellow. But I guess we'll pick up 20 Silverleaf and 20 Mage Royal.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So I went yellow at 65. So we get to 77.
Loktar. May your blades never dull.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I am out of range.
Uh, 16 more minutes and we can reroll. Hopefully we get the prosperity.
Greetings, sir, and have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
What do you need? For the Horde.
I guess we do have to switch over to crafting these. So we're at 90 right now. I think we need craft 15.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So how are you all doing? What does crafting on Tichondrius mean? Is take a character of Hecon. No, it's a realm on NA. Where did I get the helm? I think it was Shadowpan rep. So you have to grind out some Mists of Pandaria stuff. Pretty sure you need Exalted. But we do have Mists of Pandaria Time Walking coming up, so that would be probably a good time to do it.
Magraw.
So crafting cost 63. Crafting cost 128 for that one. Crafting cost 66. So we need to craft, I think, 5 of the wisdom. Yeah, we need to hit 110 skill points. So we need 10 Mage Royal and 20 Briarthorn.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh, I think I bought too many. I'm at 113 now. I only needed to get 110, I think, for the healing potion.
Throw hall. Strength.
So I need to craft 30 of these. But we're at 113 already, so we just need 27. 27 Bruiseweed, 27 Briarthorn.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Dang, 100 gold. That's so expensive. You can see DB market, or DB min is usually 250. But the market value is 14. Oh, crafting cost is only 45 gold. Interesting. Must be using old data. Could craft something else instead. Maybe craft a few more of these for a couple of skill points. Mage Royal and Briarthorn.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we got 130. We may actually have to craft some of the healing pots though.
What do you need? For the Horde.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So I think I'm gonna craft the lesser mana potions up to 155. So I think I need 25. And 25 Mage Royal.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Dang. We missed 1 point.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Nice, we got it. And then from 155 to 175, we're supposed to craft the Greater Healing Potion, 20 Life Fruit, 20 King's Blood.
Loktar, go forth to victory.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I just got the Nagitar Blood Serpent. Guess it will be more expensive in Shadowlands. Paid 65 for all the fragments. Nice, congrats. Yeah, 65 is pretty good. It's a little bit over 3k per fragment. Definitely worth keeping an eye on prices on the BFA mounts.
Speak, friend.
There's gonna be a lot less people farming them, so the prices should go back up.
Be safe.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
This one's quite expensive as well. Dang, you can make an absolute fortune selling some of the older herbs. I think I need 20 of these. Maybe 30. Because I do need them in 2 steps. Yeah, it's like 20 times what the BFA herbs are going for right now.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Hanging out until I can see some raid testing on beta. Doing pretty well, man. How are you doing? Did you get an invite? Completely forgot to check today. Yeah, I just checked as well. I didn't get it. Feels bad.
Doctor.
Oh dang, is it your birthday tomorrow? Happy birthday, dude. Are you guys going out at all to celebrate or staying in? 195. Oh, I actually need to craft 20 of these.
May your blades never dull.
Looks like I need to go pick up a recipe as well. Fairlass, Stranglethorn, or Tanaris. Trying to think which one of those would be the most convenient. I think it's Tanaris, right? Because there's a porter that we can use. Mom's making me some lamb, otherwise staying in. Dang, that sounds really good. How do you guys usually prepare it? So we're going on a quick trip. Pretty sure there's a portal to Tanaris, so we'll go there. I think it's the one down here. Sounds pretty legit. Lamb's really good. I love stuff like lamb kebabs and like lamb shawarma. Veal's really good too. Like Osabuco, so amazing. Lamb shawarma can literally have my babies. Pretty sure the vendor's over here. I didn't even bother to look at the map. Alchemist and Gadgetan. Yeah, I think it's over here. He's over here, it looks like.
Time is money, friend.
He's not selling the recipe though. Oh, it's a limited supply one. So someone might have bought mine. So we're gonna have to go somewhere else. Feralus, I think, is pretty close. I think it's like pretty far north though. Oh, it's not even the right continent. I thought Feralus was like around here somewhere. I guess that's not too bad. We can try Feralus next.
What do you need? Strength.
WoW Profession says I need to use Recipe, Nature Protection Potion to level from 185 to 205. Oh, never mind. I don't think I actually needed it to fly out here. It says to only use that recipe if you didn't have enough of the elixir of the agilities. But I already hit 205. It's alright, I'll go pick up the recipe while I'm here. Might as well just have it. From 205 to 215, I'm supposed to craft the elixir of the greater defense, or the greater mana potion if Khadgar's Whiskers is cheaper than Wild Steel Bloom. So we'll have to check the prices of those. Hey Swan, how's it going? Yeah, I'm leveling up my classic alchemy, so we can get Transmute Master on this tune. Can we still get like the specializations for leatherworking and blacksmithing? Or is that not a thing anymore? Could work on that as well. But I think Transmute Mastery is the important one to have. Yeah, it's surprisingly like pretty expensive to level it up. You can see some of the herbs are going for pretty insane amounts on even Tichondrius. Goldthorn going for like 55 gold. My average purchase price was 56, close to 57. At least the Khadgar's Whisker is super cheap. 1 gold 20. Yeah, I think we're crafting the greater mana potions. I'm gonna buy some of the Khadgar's Whiskers when I land.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back.
I'm not seeing the vendor here. He should be at 76.43. Oh, he's over here. Nice.
Greetings, traveler.
Not the recipe we wanted, but we did get a ghost dye recipe, so that's fine.
I can't use that.
It cost me 4K each time to level it on my server, and I have 15 transmute masters. Dang, you're up to 15? That's insane.
I can't use that. I can't use that.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I think I need 10 of those.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I'm just gonna fly up to Thunder Bluff. I think that's the closest trainer for us.
You wish to speak? We shall.
Yeah, imagine it's a hassle to do all 15. Too bad there isn't a way to like queue it up from like one tune. We can roll Silas's as well. Hope for the prosperity. I'll do that once we get to Thunder Bluff. Apparently there's a macro you can make to do each daily cooldown, but never found. Interesting. I wonder if it's like a slash cast or a slash craft or something. Can you do it with like TSM? Just setting up a task list? Also, the Shadow Priest just said that the Covenant I was thinking for Shadow Priest is hot trash, but the second pick was listed as good currently. Nice. I wonder if they'll change once Shadowlands comes out. I'm actually gonna probably boost a priest on here. Just have one on a Tyke. I think my WoW one has the boost still, so I can boost a tune on Tichondrius or maybe boost one on Proudmoore. But I think on Proudmoore I'm just gonna level up reroll my banker into Mecha Gnome, and then level it from 20 to 110 for the Heritage Armor. And then probably just roll like a warrior or something I can tank on. Spam dungeons and level up that way. I don't remember where the alchemy trainer is. I think it's on this platform though. Maybe it's down one. Guess I could just ask a guard.
How may I aid you? May the Eternal
Well met.
Oh, it's over here. Nice. Must be in this hut.
What brings you here?
Oh, I forgot to loot my mail.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh man, we got undercut on our feast. I'm gonna relist mine.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Where's the mailbox? Oh, do we actually have to fly down? There's no mailbox on this platform. That's kind of annoying. Could use Katie as well, but I may be lazy. So you bought 28,000 Spirit of Harmony at 35 gold each, now waiting transfer back. That's insane. Yeah, one of my realms had spirits for super cheap as well, but I think I needed like 1.5 million gold or something on that realm, and I was just like a little bit shy of 1 million, so didn't buy those out. But definitely worth keeping an eye out for spirits. A lot of people farming, and then potentially bots farming it as well on some realms.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh yeah, I think someone said someone did a reset on this realm, so the prices are super high right now. But even 75 is pretty decent. Oh, and some of my low pops, they go for a couple hundred gold, so definitely much better on some of these full and high pops.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So we need 10 of these, I think. to get to 215.
I've been accepted. May the eternal sun shine upon me.
So I think I'm gonna buy everything that I need to get up to 300 at once. That way I don't have to keep flying back and forth.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So Sungrass is 20 gold. Blindweed is 20 gold as well. So I think I just craft the Superior Healing Potion from 215 up to 250. It says we can craft the Elixir of Greater Intellect as well, but I think the crafting cost is pretty much the same. So I'm gonna need, I think, 35 of these. And then 35 with the Khadgar's Whisker. And then I need 40 Ground's Blood. Soramos. Uh, 15 Dreamfoil. Looks like 28 of these. Dang, these are expensive. So that should be everything we need.
Bring it to me.
Yeah, you can do so much with the spirits though, it's definitely worth it. Especially if you can like buy in bulk, transfer it back over to your main realm.
Interesting. Very good.
The winds guide you.
So I think we decided we're crafting all 35 of these. Almost there. Just 50 more skill points. So we only hit 245. That was supposed to get me to 250. So we may actually have to craft like 5 of these.
Ancestor.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it.
Pleased to meet you. You have a great day now.
You wish to speak?
Can't wait for the old gold making YouTube videos to come back in Shadowlands. Looking forward to watching your weekly updates and mailbox openings again if you choose to do that. I'm gonna be streaming a lot of the Shadowlands stuff, I think. So I may just like copy the VODs over like I'm doing now, and then make highlights as well. And I do still need to work on my, there's 3 professions I think I still need to do for my 8.3 profession series. I'm like halfway done with the engineering one and halfway done with the enchanting one. But yeah, pre-patch is coming up pretty soon, so I'll try and work on it this weekend, I think. So we need 15 Elixir of the Sages. That should get us to 285. And then 285 to 295, we craft 14 major healing potion. And hopefully get 10 skill points from that. Still trying to get the Zilliwag BS recipe. Where does that drop? That's a Mechagon thing, right? It's a workshop. Nice. Yeah, I think I actually have to do that as well. You need to farm it on engineer, and then half the components come from like blacksmithing, right? If you're on NA Horde, we can run a few. NA Alliance. I mean, I have Alliance tunes as well I could farm on. Nice. Almost there. Nice, we're at 300 now.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
So I'm going Transmute Master. Just because I don't have any alchemists on this realm.
Winds be at your back.
Oh, is the Mogul mount recipe really rare? I think you just have to make sure you have high enough skill points. I thought it was like a guaranteed drop. Or did they change it? Yeah, I think you just need to have the engineering hat to get your skill points high enough, and then it should be a guaranteed drop from the last boss. It's been a while since I did it though, so I could be mistaken.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Hopefully that's everything. Trying to decide if it's cheaper for me to buy the living steels off the auction house or craft it myself. So it looks like 80 gold, roughly for, or maybe closer to 90 gold for the trillium bars. So I could smelt that myself. The other option would be to make ghost iron bars, because the ore is really cheap. You can see it's 4 gold. Smelt that on my Death Knight, and then just transfer everything over to this tune, and have it make its own living steel bars. But I still don't have the transmute mastery, so I don't get the bonus proc. So we would need... I think it costs us 8 gold per bar. So 80 gold for trillium. And then we need 6 trillium or 3 trillium plus 3 spirits for our living steel. So what does that work out to? 80 gold times 3 would be 240. And then 3 spirits would be 225. So I think it is actually cheaper to buy the living steel. Yeah, by like 60 gold. Hey sis, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. I can't decide on what to do. Have the option to buy something for 1/5 its value, but it's a slight gamble and costs 1/10 of my total gold. I mean, 10% of your gold is a lot. Probably depends on what it is as well. So I just bought the 4 living steels.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Hopefully I did the math right. I think it was slightly cheaper to do that than craft our own.
How may I aid you?
I think it came back to the wrong plat.
How may I aid you? Walk with the earth.
Nice, we got Transmute Master.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
We could try selling some of these to recoup some of our gold. These actually have a really good sell rate. 0.1 region average daily sold is 2.4. I guess I could throw mine up for like 49. Would it be better to vendor these? I'll just throw them up and then just vendor what doesn't sell after 48 hours. It might be better to just vendor this. You can see it's selling for 2 silver. Deposit is 15 silver. Vendor sell price is 1 silver 25.
Step closer and don't mumble. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Same with this one. Oh. 10 silver. Or throw it up in the auction house for 24. But it would cost us 84 silver.
Greetings, sir,
and deposits.
ma'am.
So probably vendor that as well.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 that would scare you shellless. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Is 20 abyssal fragments for 40k worth. That's actually a really good price, like 2k each. I guess it really depends on your realm. Like on Tichondrius, it looks like they're going for 1.6k. But if you're on like a low or medium pop, like 2k each is super good price. I think I flipped some on Wormrust Accord. Bought them out at 3k or less. And I think my average sale was like 7 or 8k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think I'm actually done here. So we could actually check that realm. Because I think it is on this account. And then I do need to relist my auctions on this realm anyways. Just make sure you have a guild bank set up though. I think you can only hold 20 at a time on each tune. So it's kind of a hassle to flip if you're trying to flip more than 20. One dude on Reddit made 5 million a week on abyssal fragments, switching realms with them. That's pretty insane. 5 million in a week just doing realm transfers with those. It's a transmog BOE from Antorus, would cost me 99k. Are you talking about like the shoulders? Yeah, the monk shoulders are pretty good. Those things still sell for a ton.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I am unable to carry more of those.
Uh-oh. Did my options expire here?
Have anything ancient to trade?
Oh no, I just had
Needs to be at
relisted
least 2 centuries old.
less than 2 days ago. I got scared for a second. You guys can see I have a bunch of like Skullflame shields and T-Boos on this realm. I would have been super angry if these expired.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, pretty sure it was this round. You can see we bought 11, 3.5k average, and managed to flip 23 at 8.1. I did transfer a few items to this realm, so that's why I sold more than I bought. So I must have transferred over with like 12 of those. But you can make pretty decent profit just flipping on your realm or doing realm transfers. Like Gallant mentioned.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So I could actually cancel all my auctions, relist. You guys can see it's only 2 hours left anyways.
I am unable to carry more of those.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I am unable to
Have
carry more
anything
of
ancient
those.
to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, they're back down to 2.2k. Wow, this guy has 227. I don't know if it's like one person, but that's insane. Another one at 45. I mean, if we were doing like a transfer again, this might be a good investment. Just buy everything out, 614k. And then flip it for... I think my highest sales were like 15k each. Trying to remember. I think I sold a stack of like 20 for... maybe it was like 800k. Yeah, I don't remember the exact value, but it was a lot.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I'm just gonna cancel these, relist our auctions.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I am unable to carry more of those.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So there is a super cheap replica piece we could probably invest in on this realm. Assuming it's still up. Yeah, like 2.4k for any of the replica pieces, I think it's a good deal. Under My Journal is such an awesome site. There's also a couple of the Thunderstrike Falchions for 17k. Really nice transmog, but I don't want to buy out all 5 to do a reset, I don't think. Yeah, you guys can see the sell rate's pretty low, 0.01. It's actually an appearance I still need. I wonder if it's worth buying all of them out to try to do a reset. You can see the RMV is like 174. So it's like 10. It's listed at 10% of what the RMV is. Yeah, it's actually the cheapest realm on NA right now. Next highest, or next lowest is... looks like Storm Rage at 35k. There's actually one listed at 45, so we probably wouldn't buy that out. But we could buy the one at 17 and the 3 at 19. And then just reset to 45. I don't know if that's worth it, though. Like, potentially make 20k on each one. But they would move painfully slow. Hey, Cassette Tape, how are you doing today? I may hold off on these. Gonna check the Under My Journal, see if anything else jumps out. I don't see anything else too amazing. So that might be it for shopping on this realm. There's a 310 piece, the Frostwind Cowl, 500 gold. Iron V is like 5k. We could potentially do a reset on that. And then the Saltstone stuff is super cheap on this realm. Yeah, you guys can see the Sabatons are listed for like 1.5k. RMV is like 20k. So I think a lot of people are doing that farm. We could potentially buy the 2 out at 1.5, reset to 3. Old T-Booz is sitting at 423. Oops. Mentalist 2, but I accidentally threw up all 4. It's fine. These shields are sitting at 95. You can see we bought 5 of those at 15 each. Super amazing price for these. Like, the sell rate's only 0.02, but it's still a really popular transmog. You can see the RMV sitting at 90k. Bought these at 3.6k. They're back up to 50. I think this is actually a really easy farm. Shadowcraft Racers. Yeah, we've gotten some really nice deals on this realm. You can see we paid 2.3k for those, and they're going for 90. We paid 100 gold for this recipe. You can see the RMV is 130. I think it's NLA, so definitely worth a ton. I think we're done with relisting. He even made a spreadsheet about the fragment. Can I post the link? I think you have to be like... Might get timed out or get deleted. So if you post the link, it should be in Discord, I think. Forgot what I have my Moobot set to. You can try it though. But I may also delete the link automatically. Making that gold same as you. Making a killing off micro flipping large amounts of deep sea satin. Nice. Yeah, I actually needed to check Lightbringer after this. I'm sitting on so much of the deep sea and tide spray on that realm. Dang, 45 gold. So good. We could actually buy out the 15,000 that's up. Beckenstein, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for stopping by the stream as well. I was actually just thinking of transferring this tune to Tichondrius. I'd actually have to do a faction change as well. It'd be nice getting some of these items over there. Especially the shields and the old T-boos. Since they sell for a ton. And it's a much higher pop realm than... should probably see more sales. But I think I can hold off. Yeah, I think I deleted the link. It's either Moobot or one of the other bots that I have set up. I mean, you can see my average buy is 39 gold. It's at 45 and 50 right now. And then I don't have any crafters on this realm, so I'd have to do a transfer. So I'd have to factor that into the cost as well. Yeah, it looks like it was down to 39 gold like 2 days ago. And it looks like 38 on Saturday. So I could just wait until the weekend and see if the prices drop. But yeah, this is like the cheapest realm on NA right now for a lot of things. Like the spirits. It's actually pretty insane. Like even some of the other higher pops are in the 50s. And then if we did buy all these out and transfer to Tichondrius, I'd have to take a look at the prices of stuff like the Panther mounts over there. I wish my realm had those prices for Harmony. My realm is 150 to 200. Been waiting for it to fall before I make secondary amounts. Yeah, I think I'm paying close to that as well on my low pops. Yeah, we definitely do need a botter over on Tichondrius. I looked at spirits earlier, they were sitting at like 75, right? I think it was you or someone else mentioned that someone had done a reset. I think it was like last week or a week before. So the prices are still relatively high.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Pretty sure I own it. Not sure why it's not giving me the check mark. So it'd be $30 for faction change and I think $25 for transfer, so 55. So it'd be like 4 tokens. Tokens are at 120. So it'd be like 480.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I think it'd still be worth it to transfer this tune.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I only have 900k left, but just buy up a bunch of spirits or random items and move it over. Especially with like 4 T-boos and 5 of these shields. Don't have a guild bank set up on this. So it'd just be a character transfer, I think.
Can I help you?
I do have random toys and stuff as well. I should throw some of these things up.
For the Alliance.
Someone did a reset to 200 gold earlier this week. That's insane. My low pop, they're currently 80 gold. Looks like a multi-boxer selling them. Kind of want to buy them all. Yeah, it's the problem with doing resets on big realms like Tichondrius. You'll get undercut like almost immediately.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Dang, I sold my last one for 15k. Now the prices are down to 2k. I guess I can just sit on this one. Dang, that kind of sucks. I bought one of these for 17k. Now the prices are 8.5. I think we're done on this realm, so we can check Lightbringer next.
If you find anything exotic... ancient to trade needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Dang, 1 gold deep sea satin. Sitting on 120,000. Still tempted to buy more, since it's so cheap. Yeah, it's like 20k to buy up to 2 gold.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. If you find anything exotic,
I
bring
must
it
get
to me.
closer.
Reset what? Oh, the 310 items?
I can't carry more.
On my server, I accidentally control the market of shimmer scale. Of all things, low pop, only 150k of them, and actually sell them for profit. Bought at 30 silver, selling at 1.5 gold somehow. Dang, that's insane.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, I think on Tichondrius they were sitting at like 10 gold or 15 gold for a while. Oh, reset the deep sea? Yeah, we could do that. It is only 20k. And we did just have a bunch of auctions expire, so that's pretty good timing. So what are we thinking? Reset to like 5 gold? My average purchase price is 2 gold 50, and my average sale is like a little bit under 5. So I guess that could work. Dang, these prices make me sad. 200k to do a reset. Don't know if it's worth it.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
My inventory is full.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
This one has a socket, so I'm going to list mine at 35. You can see we only paid 4k for those. So I could actually do like 30. Maybe even like 25. I'll try 30, I guess.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I can't carry more.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I think I'm just gonna sit on what I have for the thin jellies. We can always just sell them in Shadowlands. And then we'll probably do a reset like during pre-patch sometime. If the prices drop far enough. Gonna check the mount prices on this realm. Wow, Garnite Hell actually going for like 2.7k. It's pretty high. Blood Feasters are at 8k. I did actually flip a bunch of those back when I did my 0 to 1 million gold challenge. Dang, Poseidus is 15 on this realm. Yeah, I don't really see any amazing flips. Maybe the Blood Feasters. You can see your average sale price is 20k. But I'd be buying out quite a few to do a reset. So maybe not today. But definitely gonna keep my eye on the prices. I'll try and dump it for 30k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
My inventory is full.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Just another find off the Undermine Journal. You can see listed for 1 gold 50. Vendor sell price is 1 gold. So I think they just listed at the suggested price, which is always 1.5 times the vendor sell. But the region market value average should be like 20k on this item. So hopefully we can flip it. And then hopefully it's not a vendor recipe. I've never even heard of it, so not sure where the source is. Let me check on Wowhead real quick. Yeah, it's a super low drop rate off of Mobs and Blackwing Lair and Scarlet Monastery. So I think definitely worth the pickup at 1 gold 50.
I can't carry more.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we picked that up at 61 gold. Could be a potentially good flip. Tempted to just throw it up for like 50k. I'll just be greedy. Try 50.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
My inventory is full.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it.
Neo Heartrix, thank you so much for the follow. And Samadon with a huge raid. 100 people.
I can't carry more.
I'm pretty sure. Did steal some DPC bags. Oh, is the raid happening? Bro-oh. Hopefully we have some sales buried in the mailbox. Doing pretty well. Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, I'm actually on Lightbringer right now. How's gold making going on that realm? X34 UVC, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I did watch the first and second episodes of your gold making on Lightbringer, but I still haven't been able to watch the... I think you're up to like number 4, right? 500 gold, that's awesome.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
X34 UVC, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, was that the spoiler?
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
That's pretty awesome, though. Do you have like an end goal in mind? Are you trying to gold cap here, or trying for 1 million, or going for a long boy? Hey Mouse, how's it going? And Kanbei-sama 22. Moonsilver, thank you so much for the follow. Going all the way to cap. Nice. Yeah, I think I actually stopped at like a little bit over 2 million. Dropped 1 million on tokens. And I'm kind of slowly building back up. But we are sitting on quite a bit of stock, so hopefully we can sell some of that either during pre-patch or during Shadowlands. But pretty steady sales. Almost at 7 million now on this realm, with 1.3 million profit. Probably closer to like 2.3, because we did spend 1 million on tokens.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And then we did just do a reset on the deep sea satin. We bought a bunch between 1 gold and I think it was like 250, and reset to 521. So hopefully we can sell some of these as well. Better today. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. I started a little bit earlier today. And then I think we're doing normal raid with my guild on Tichondrius. I do have a demon hunter that I just leveled up to 120 that needs some gear. I think she's sitting at like 430 or like 440, so hopefully get some upgrades in normal Nilotha. Thanks again, by the way, Samadon, for the huge raid. I do appreciate it. I feel like you were always raiding me and I never get the chance to reciprocate. May have to like start like middle of the night here. That way I'm like streaming when you're streaming as well. Was hoping to see a few sales for the 310s that we reset a couple days ago. But sadly we only sold bags, it looks like. Oh, we actually did sell one waist cord rather, for 1.3. I wonder how much we paid for that. So we paid 250 for that. So made a pretty easy 1k profit on that one. Not too bad, I guess.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And then we did also reset the Dragon Rider pieces on... I think it was my Demon Hunter on this realm. So we can check that later as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
When you reset, how many do you post? And do you post more as you get undercut? I usually do like 1 or 2 for the 310s. But on my main account, I have like a couple hundred to like a couple thousand pieces on those realms, so I just list everything. That way it doesn't take up space in my bags. And then yeah, I would just throw up any extras that you have if you get undercut.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Do you sell all transmog, or do you set a price on the bottom amount, like nothing below 500 gold? No, I don't really have a minimum.
I can't carry more.
But I should probably set something up like that, especially if the listing price is too high. Deep Sea Satin, I just post everything that I have usually. And then some of the stuff I mule on another tune. Like right now I have a mailing operation set up to send all my cloth to my Death Knight on this ROM. So I'll keep up like some of my cloth on the auction house and then mail some of it off. That way I'm not relisting like 100,000 or whatever I have each time I relist. Forgot how much we have. I think it was 120,000. Actually 182,000, if that's correct. Don't think it's updated. I think it's closer to 120,000 deep sea satin. And then we did buy out a bunch off the auction house just now to do our reset. So we should be at like 130, maybe 140. Mailing operation isn't working for some reason. Should be set up correctly.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
How does the bank tunes work? I just leave it in the mail. And then usually you can warehouse it for 30 days, and then the mail will get returned to you. And then you just loot it and then send it back. I do also have a bank guild set up on this realm, but I think it's full at the moment. That's why I'm doing it with mailboxes.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
My inventory is full. I can't carry more.
Just use a tune with max bags you can use for storage. Yeah, I should probably do that. Make a few more alts on this realm.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So I think we're done on this tune. I'm gonna switch over to my Demon Hunter. Hopefully we sold a few of the 310s on that tune. Did sell a few glyphs. I think I'm shuffling inks on this tune.
Come, let us parley.
Gonna craft these into offhands, and then disenchant them for Veld crystals. But I think we ran out of the rain eggs, so I shuffled a bunch of herbs to make the war scrolls. Kenzor HP, thank you so much for the follow. When I look at TSM, what is the difference between region market value average and region sale average? I think the sale average is just how much it sells for the people using TSM. And then region market value average is what it's listed at. So one looks at like the spot price, and then one looks at the actual sales.
The proud Moors will protect us.
I need to finish making the inks on this tune, but I can do that later. I can just set it up during raid. Yeah, because I'm going to be playing WoW 2, and this is on WoW 4. So I can just have it run in the background. And then I think we were trying to sell some as well. You can see they were 1 gold on this realm, which is really high for the Ultramarine. Discord is broken again in case people notice it's slow. Oh, thanks. That's good to know.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
It does cost us 7 gold 36 deposit to list these. I don't know if it's worth it, but I guess we can try. War Scrolls at 50. We could actually do a reset on this. You can see there's a couple listed at 50 gold, and then the next lowest is like 85. We can see we sold 1,300 of those, 168 average. So it's like a third of that now. Pretty disappointing. But I'm gonna do a reset on the battle shots, I think. Yeah, it's only like 3.6k anyways. Not a big deal.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Intellects are at 110, which is really good. You can see we've sold 650 of those, 166 average. And it looks like we did a reset when they dropped to 80. And then I think I need to craft the, was it the strength ones? No, the fortitude ones. Yeah, Fortitude's sitting at 110 as well. And I am sold out of those. Sold 1,000 of those at 170 average. Pretty nice prices for the War Scrolls on this realm.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Those ultramarine pigments go straight to the vendor for me.
Have anything ancient
Yeah, I'm the same way if I get too many. But on this realm, I'm using those for... this rank 3. You can just craft these. Mail them off to an enchanter and disenchant. So definitely worth crafting them into inks. Just a matter of getting Expulsum, which is kind of a hassle. But if you set up a second or third account, it's fairly easy just to do the Bracer Shuffle on one account, and then do these scrapping and crafting these on another account, which is what I usually do.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we didn't sell any of our Dragon Rider pieces, which is a little disappointing. But we'll relist and hopefully get a sale over the weekend.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So I think if we tried 100k, I may actually lower my price to like 70. But we did only pay 1.6k for those, so that would actually be a pretty solid flip if we were able to sell one for 70. Dragon Rider helmet, we bought 2 of those at 450, and they're back up to 5k. I feel like that's still pretty low for Dragon Rider pieces, but I guess we can throw ours up at 5k. Legs at 1.6. I'm actually tempted to do a reset on that. We did buy ours for between 500 and 1k. But you can see the RMB is like 3.6. I think I'll buy it out, just so we have ours up at a lot higher price. Throw 2 up at like 20. Waste, we can set the price. I can do 20 for this one as well. Wrist guards, we can set the price on these as well. Boots, you can see we bought 5 of those, 1.8k purchase price, and we've already flipped one at like 10k. So easily made our gold back. Now it's just a matter of selling the ones that we have left over. Trying to decide if I would just want to undercut at 19 or if I want to throw mine up at 10. I guess we can try 19. And I can check tomorrow or on Saturday. And throw up more if I need to. Harness. Yeah, you can see I paid 7k for that. But it's a really popular transmog item. It doesn't look that great on my D-Mine Hunter, but it's pretty solid on like Hunter. Or Shaman. I'm actually tempted to buy this one at bit 17. Yeah, I think when they first came out, people were flipping these for over 100k. I think my best sale was like 250 or 300. And then even if we can't sell it right now, we can sit on it until Shadowlands. Actually, 17 looks pretty high right now. Just looking under my journal, there's quite a few, like 10k or less. Might actually be worth it to hit some of these realms and buy them out. So we could either buy this out and reset to something much higher, or we could undercut and make like 10k profit on the one we have. And you can see it has a really high sell rate. Like 0.11 is insane for 310 piece. I think I'm gonna try and flip it.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we could throw it back up at like 80. You can see my normal price is like 100k. I'm actually just gonna do 100k. That'd actually be a pretty good flip. So we... Calidor, thank you so much for the follow. We do have all the legs. Yeah, so I think we have the monopoly on all these items aside from the shoulders. Dang, I think I made a mistake. Oh no. Yeah, I bought... It's really weird. I bought one at... Oh, I guess that makes sense. I must have bought one at 99 gold and sold it for 470. And then the one that we have now I picked up for 1.5k. The price is now 6.5. Yeah, for a second I thought I bought the shoulders for 800 and sold one for 470, but we probably paid 100 gold for that one and sold it for 470. So 370 gold profit on that. And then if we bought one at 1.5 and sell it for 6.5, that'll be like 5k profit. 4.5 after the auction house cut. So I think that's fine. And then the compendiums are at like 2.5, which is really good. Swirling Tides is at 1.4. So we probably will not restock those. I actually have a few. But we'll probably want to restock the Storm Sundering and Mystical Bulwark.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I usually just do 24 on these. If I was on this realm a lot more, I could do 12 hours and do like cancel scans and all that. But I rarely hop on this realm, so I just do 24 and check every 1 or 2 days. B12, what is this? Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, there's so many at 1.5 and like 1.4. So we paid 800 for this. Surprised that it goes for that much. RMV is like 60. Paid 1k for our Archaic Defender. They're back up to 27. Looks good. Hopefully we'll get a sale or two this weekend.
If you find anything exotic,
And then we do also need to craft some of the compendiums. So Xanathid's at 11 gold on this realm. So we just need Storm, Sundering, and Mystical Bulwark. Probably craft like 3 of each.
if you find anything exotic that would scare you shellless.
So I think I need 450 light parchment.
Come back with some better stories. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
May need to take a look at my operation for glyphs. You can see a lot of stuff showing below min price post at normal. I don't know if it's worth it to sell at 75. You can see I bought 2 of those at 150 and managed to sell one at 712. You have to be between level 85 and 90 to use it. And then I'm not sure how the scaling is gonna impact that in pre-patch. So may hold off on doing any sort of reset on these. These are at 200, which I think is fine.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
We did just sell Glyph, Felt Touch Shards, 1.6k. And then we should probably do a restock as well. just for glyphs. So crafting costs 23k, estimated profits 18. I think I have plenty of pigment, it's just a matter of getting light parchment from the vendor.
Greetings, sir, or ma'am. Fine, leave. I was done talking to you anyway.
Penguin R2G2, thank you so much for the follow. Or GT, rather. So I do need some midnight ink, but we can go to the ink trader after this. Hylian, thank you so much for the follow as well. Hope you guys are all doing well today. I think I'm actually missing quite a few recipes from Legion, so we could go and farm those as well at some point. But I'm not too worried about the inscription sales on this realm. So I'd rather focus on either like Tichondrius or one of my main realms. Just to have more stuff up in the auction house. So we just need more midnight ink. And then I should probably shop for herbs.
To trade needs to be at least 2 centuries.
See what the prices are like for the Legion herbs. Yeah, these prices are actually really good. 6 gold for Dreamleaf. And then forward is 110. I actually bought mine at 80 gold. So maybe not so good. But I think we can still turn a profit pretty easily. Just turning these into pigments. But I do plan on picking up the Dreamleaf at that 5 gold 90. Tempted to buy the Aetherol as well at 6 gold. Guess we can hold off on it.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
And then I do need to go to Dalaran for the midnight ink. Did TSM get an update? Yours looks different than mine. Yeah, it's beta for 8.10. Hey Zorba, hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm running beta, and then I also have a different theme. So that's why it looks different. Hate Dalaran. Yeah, so once you get in, new mouse arrived today and have 600k in sales. Nice, that's awesome. Which mouse did you end up getting? Yeah, so you can change between different themes on the beta. I like blues though, so I went with Dalaran. So I need to go to the ink trader, get Midnight Ink, and then we'll be done on this tune. Hopefully sell more glyphs.
Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
I don't need 200, but I think we're just gonna pick up 200. That way we don't have to keep coming back when we run out.
King's honor, friend. Farewell.
Razor Basilisk, I've always been a bit anti-Razor, but this one seems to be solid. Has a shape that fits my hand way better than my old one. So it'll help with my wrist issue. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually on a Razer headset and a Razer keyboard. And I usually go with Logitech for my mice.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, I really like my Razer keyboard. Headset's pretty comfortable as well. Yeah, I used to be like super into Sennheisers, but my old headset broke, so I picked this one up. So we listed our light parchment. Do I want to go and cancel that? I guess we can try and sell the light parchment.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
You need something?
So I'll have to remember to craft the rest of the inks later.
Light bless you.
Do that before raid. But that won't be for like 3 or 4 hours. So we can check another realm, I suppose? So we did already check Wormmaster Cord. Let's check Emerald Dream, see if we sold any pets. Just trying to build up capital on this realm. I think we're sitting at a couple thousand gold. But it would be nice to ramp that up to like 10 to 50k range. Yeah, some of like the really high-end Signhousers go for like a couple thousand gold. It's pretty insane. Do you just go to a server, start making gold, or do you scout the market first? Not really, I just like pick a random server. Last couple streams we've been setting up on realms where we've been able to find the Talbot meat for super cheap. I think like we usually pick them up for 7 gold 50. And then try and flip them for like 15k plus. HG 800S is 1500. That's crazy. So we did sell Black Tabby Cat for 17.9. But no other sales. Oh, we actually have 20k on this realm. Thought we had a lot less. Oh, we sold a Darkmoon Rabbit. At some point. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago. Could have been during my 24-hour stream, or 12-hour stream. But yeah, we started back in late June, early August. Just moved over a bunch of pets. And as of today, we're sitting at 23k, 22.5 actually, and then 17.9 in sales. So that should get us to like 40k, a little bit under 40, I think. 40.4. Do you level a new character on New Realm, or do you trans? No, I don't level. Like with this tune, I just rolled a allied race. Can't even remember if we transferred over tabards, but you can do the guild tabard trick if you need starter gold. But I think we were just doing pets, and the allied races start with like 1 gold, so you can use that to list your pets. Yeah, I meant USD, not gold. Probably misspoke. Just have a WoW on my mind right now. I got my Sennheiser headset since 2002. Only had to replace the cord once, and the ear pads. That's awesome. Yeah, you just buy a guild tabard. I think it's 250 gold. It's BOA, so you can transfer it to different realms, and then you can vendor it. But you only get back 62 gold, 50 silver. So 25% of what you paid originally for the guild tabard. Yeah, or do like a vendor search. If you can find items on the auction house that are selling for less than what you can vendor it for, you can buy those out and get some starting gold as well.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I think we did a reset on these. You can see we bought 3 at 1k. Now they're back up at 25. Darkmoon Rabbits I usually pay 10k or less. So 17.5 is definitely good. Magic Lamps at 3k is pretty insane. Usually buy these for a couple hundred gold. So yeah, 3.5 would be really nice. No, most of these are level 1s. Some of the TCGs and stuff I leveled to 25. But otherwise, I just sell the level ones. And then 3.5k for guild name Raven's pretty decent. You can actually get these for free just rolling trials. So definitely worth doing that if you need like starter gold on a new realm. I'm gonna hold off on listing the Shimmering Wormling. And then this is another free pet that you can get. I think you have to roll Pandaren instead of Worgen for this one.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Nice jump up. We were sitting at 23, now we're at 40. So gonna check the Underminer journal really quick.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Some of these prices are really low, so we could potentially do a reset on a few of these pieces. Just taking a look at Island Expedition gear at the moment. We could potentially flip these. They do have a pretty low sell rate though, so I may skip this one. Could potentially reset the boots if we wanted. Yeah, you can see the harness on this realm is at 63.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think that's good for now.
Have anything ancient to trade?
Hopefully we get a couple more pet sales.
2 centuries old.
And maybe like 1 or 2 good flips this weekend. Build up our capital even more. I'm gonna try like 5k for these. It does have a pretty decent sell rate, 0.06. Average daily sold is 0.12. And then these, we can just undercut the 1.3k. Just throw one up for now. Yeah, if you want to search on your realm, Mouse has provided us the strings in chat. So you can just copy and paste those.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
Gonna switch realms. Check Aragos next.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs
Dang,
to be
no
at least
sale.
2 centuries old.
You can see we bought that for 55 gold. So listed for super cheap on this realm, so we just rolled an allied race. Transferred over, I think it was like 1 or 2 guild tabards. Vendored the guild tabards, and then bought this. You can see the RMV is like 16k. Pretty good sell rate as well, 0.08. So hopefully we can sell it. We have a very nice flip. 55 gold to 18k.
If you find anything exotic.
Yeah, you can make trials as well. I think I saw Sharkin doing that on a rogue. Just roll a trial rogue, fly around, collect the chests, and then mail the items to your banker, and then sell those. And then it helps to have add-ons like Gathermate too. That way you can track where the chests are. And then the items that you get, I think, scale to your level or the zone's level. So I think it was saying you want to farm specific zones for rare drops.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I think I rolled a trial and then did not get the purchase on this realm. So I have a random banker with 188 gold. But we can probably do something with this tune. Maybe bring over some pets and start gold making on here as well.
Have anything ancient to trade?
So yeah, you guys can see we sold, or we bought this one at 7 gold 50. So that's like 150% of the vendor sell price, which is what the suggested price is when you go to list something and there's no other sellers. So we picked that up for 7 gold 50 and hopefully try and sell it for like 15 or 20k. Looks like it's another realm where I rolled a banker and haven't done anything with. So I'll need to transfer some pets over here as well. Need to sleep, take care. Have an awesome stream. Thanks for stopping in, Mouse. Hope you sleep well, man. Yeah, we paid 7 gold for 50 for this one as well.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries.
Just gonna throw it back up for 20. Would be nice to log on to one of these realms and have one soul for 15 or 20k.
If you find anything
I can't remember if we were doing anything on Thunderhorn. Someone did give us a bunch of items, I think, on Thunderhorn. So we could see if we sold anything on there. And then I do also need to relist on Dragon Maw. Looks like that realm is back up. With that toy coming in Shadowlands, would you still buy the tier 3 sets or not waste the gold? If you don't have them. I mean, personally, I like having them in my collection, so I would still spend gold on tier 3s that I don't have. Hope you're doing well today, Romantic One. Yeah, I think I have all the plate stuff collected, all the cloths collected, and then I'm missing like 3 or 4 pieces out of each of the leather and mail sets. So I'm pretty close. I'll still probably drop gold on the black market auction house if I see pieces that I'm missing.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
They're adding in a toy that gives you the appearance from one of the tier 3 sets. I think they gave it like a 4-hour cooldown or something. I did see something about that on Twitter. I think it was like yesterday or the day before. But people were still angry that they added that in. Yeah, the Druid set looks pretty solid. I think I'm missing 3 pieces from that. Yeah, missing the hands, the belt, and the legs for the Druid set. For the rogue, I'm missing head, shoulders, legs, and feet. And then from the hunter and shaman sets, I'm also missing 4 pieces. Oh, it's a 2-hour cooldown? Yeah, I'm pretty angry as well. I spent a fortune on the black market auction house. Dang, no cells on this realm. I was offline for most of the day today, though. I'm pretty sure this was one of the realms that got merged. Uh, 2-hour cooldown, 10-minute use. That's not too bad. I mean, at least it's not, like, permanent. We did buy a bunch of herbs on another realm I think this is gonna get connected with. I think that's on my WoW 2. So I'll have to log into that. Trying to remember which realm it was. Converting all my prismatic mana pearls to benthic gear for the crystals. Time to find a movie. That's pretty insane. Do you have the mount and like the toys and stuff collected already? I still have to go back and do that still, I think. So you have all the mount toys and PvP toys.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So these are a lot less than what we paid, so I'm gonna shuffle them into War Scrolls, I think. Did try and do a reset and flip, but I don't think it worked out. But we did buy a bunch of herbs on Eldrithalos, which is one of the realms that this Dragon Maw realm got merged with. Legion herbs. So I'm going to transfer those over and use those for Legion glyphs. Yeah, looks like we got 12 stacks of Dreamleaf on another realm before the merger. Got a pretty good price on those as well. Then we actually bought them on stream. And now we're just going to transfer them over to this tune to craft with. Oh dang, I think I messed up. I'm Alliance on the other realm. I didn't even think about that. Dang, that kind of sucks. I could try and snipe myself. I guess that works. There's a Blazing Drake on Lightbringer. And Tabard of Nature, only 25k. Dang, that's a really good price. I think that's everything. Kind of annoying that I had to do that. There's a reason no one says their alliance in their dating profile. What's wrong with alliance?
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have like no Worgen alts. I think that's like the one race that I don't actually have a 120 of.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, I still have to level 1 at some point for the Heritage Armor. Pretty sure you get to keep it if you've already unlocked it. But I'm not 100% sure.
I can't use that item yet.
So yeah, we're pretty set on pigment on this realm, as far as the Legion stuff. That merger actually worked out pretty well, even though we had to buy our own auctions.
Have anything
We got a bunch of
ancient
like
to
super cheap
trade?
herbs.
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And then I'll have to shuffle these into War Scrolls at some point.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Guess I'll hit the black market auction house on Lightbringer real quick. Yeah, I think I still need the mount. I do have the tabard already. I have the mage tier 3 already. Yeah, I don't care too much about that pet either. But I will go bid on the mount. Mount was, I think, 100k-ish. That's not too bad. I'll probably just bid on it. Oh, it's the same auction house, but I bought a bunch of herbs on Alliance before the merger, and I was going to move them over to the rogue that I was just on. But she's on Horde, so I couldn't transfer it over or mail it over. So I had to throw it up on the auction house as Alliance on my other account, and then buy it as my Horde.
Hello. Be careful.
I'm out of range.
These are the finest goods in the
Yeah, it's at 105. Dang, the container's already at 300 on this realm.
The world is your teacher.
Is that you? Someone's yelling at something at me, and they're on Tichondrius. But they're Horde, so I can't understand.
Behold the wonders of Pandaria.
How much do you think we should bid on it? I'll just do a min bid, and I can check later.
Live for your dreams.
I require a target.
I think I missed the kill.
Too far away.
You go up to 1 million for that? Yeah, I think I have the other one, the Experiment 51 or whatever. Pretty sure I got one of those out of a container. I guess I can just park this tune down here. Check back later. Oh, are there 3? Gonna check out my feast on Tichondrius. Lifebinder's Handmaiden. I'm pretty sure I have that one as well. But I can check my journal real quick. Once I get logged in.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So yeah, I have Experiment 12B, Lifebinder's Handmaiden. I'm missing Blazing Drake, Red Drake, and the Twilight Harbinger. Yeah, I think I need to do the meta one. I think Little Dot's wife wanted to do achievements this weekend. So hopefully we can get that one done as well. think I'm gonna hop on my DK and farm Mechagon. Try to get that recipe for the ATV. It's only selling for like 7k on this realm, but it'd be pretty cool to have. And then I do need the recipe for the harness as well. So let me run that dungeon or that raid real quick as well. Spectral Tiger Cub and Unclaimed Box on Zul'jin, both 210 at the moment. Yeah, I'm like super poor on Zul'jin, so I have like no gold. It'll go up. Doubt most people will want to go back to BFA to scrap. That's also very true. I do also have another blacksmith on Lightbringer, I think. Actually, no, I think on my DK on that realm I went Alchemy, Engineering. So I'd need to level up another 120 to get blacksmithing. I think the skip is over here. I always forget where it is for a horde. So we need to kill Kujo a few times, I think. We could also sell the parts as well. Looks like they're going for 5k on this realm.
Yeah? What do you want?
All aboard! The greasy eel's leaving port!
Yeah, I think Wowhead comments said just running on normal, so...
Resist the forces of subjugation and uniformity! Fight for our...
Do you guys know how bad the drop rate is? Like, I've run keys on this side, I've never gotten it to drop. It's not a guaranteed drop in Heroic, so you might be in there a lot. Oh, is the drop rate really bad?
To prevent my father from eradicating all organic life, we need to gain entry into his subterranean fortress city.
Wait, where's the skip?
The flying mechanical terror that patrols this region has a control module that can open the gates. Assaulting it head-on would be ill-advised, but disabling its remote power node should render it vulnerable.
Can I not skip in normal?
The nodes are scattered throughout the junkyard. I've calibrated my sensors to detect them when you're in proximity.
So we're gonna root around through the garbage, looking for nodes that may not even be there? All while avoiding a flying death machine so that we can break into a fort.
You cannot skip? Oh, so I'd have to like spam keys, don't I? If I want to run it. So I just queue for Dungeon Finder. That's kind of annoying.
Assistance protocol activated.
There appears to be a power node within the vicinity of the scrapyard. You'll need to employ
What happened here? You both must be lost. Not to worry. I'll get you right out.
I think I may have pulled too much.
I have many, many wares.
I guess I'll just have to wait for Q. Do you know if it drops in keys, or is it only normal and heroic? Oh, so you can't get it in keys. I could just run some keys later.
Assistance protocol activated.
Saved by the Q. Do people get mad if you leave after the second boss, though?
The city itself, and that means passing through the Robodrome.
What a matchup we've got tonight, folks! Sparks are gonna fly! Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood! Introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena! The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you!
The city's entrance is located just past this arena.
sure thing, then I ain't really living.
Alright, this is like heroic, everything dies super fast.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash. Trash, 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 trash.
I need a hug.
Astral Cloud Serpent, MSV, Star Noodle on Argent Dawn server, black market auction house for 30k.
I am out of range.
I don't remember if I have any gold there, but I do also have the Astral Cloud Serpent already. Where's my Dispel? Oh, so we just leave now, right? Dang, I got excited. I thought that was the recipe. But no, it's for the food. Feels bad. Goodbye.
Resist the forces of subjugation and uniformity. Fight for our future.
What do you guys think the drop rate is? Is it less than 5%? Yeah, I feel bad like bailing like that. We could just like camp a rare or something in between queues. I do have both the mounts already, but I am missing this pet. And then I think there's a toilet drops as well that I'm missing. Bone Picker's up. We could try for a pet. I don't know if it's worth anything, but... I think we just missed it. Yeah, it died. Yeah, I was pretty amped when I got it. I think I got it a few weeks back. And then I got the spider one not too long after. So I guess I'll try and get this pet. I'm gonna check and see how much they are on the auction house.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So it's like 3K. Worst case scenario, just buy it.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Both patterns are under 1% drop rate according to Wowhead. But that's for like all people killing it, right? It's not taking into account whether or not they're blacksmith or engineering. Hey, anyone thinks the deluxe version of Shadowlands or whatever it's called will give people without BFA? I'm pretty sure you need BFA still. Yeah, I've already upgraded all my accounts, so I can't take a look. But I'm pretty sure if you look at the fine print, it just says that you get the pre-order plus the boost. No idea how many kills, at least 100. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, you should just wait for a sale if you still need BFA. It was on sale a couple weeks ago, I think at 50% off. I imagine they'll do something similar like during pre-patch, just to get more people to come back. I think I'm just gonna Hearth, since I can pretty much be anywhere while we're in queue. Yeah, I think you get the boost if you buy Heroic or Epic. But if you get the base one, you do not get it. I stopped after the continents turned into bosses in Legion. Yeah, if you start like BFA now, it can be pretty grindy. Especially if you've been gone since Legion.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless. Come back with some better stories.
So we did sell all of our discombobulators. So I'm gonna have to switch over to my engineer later and craft a bunch more of those.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I cannot trade that.
Gonna look for some flips while I'm waiting. think I'm gonna do a reset on these mace. You can see they have a really high sale rate, 0.14. Region average daily sold at 0.56. So we could buy out the ones at 114 and reset to... I'm gonna buy this one out as well. Pretty low sale rate, but I think the price is low enough. Run number 2. When is the long boy giveaway? Not sure, man.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through
What a matchup we've
Robodrome.
got tonight, folks! Sparks are gonna fly! Wait, what's this? Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
I do not have a target. I cannot carry any more of them. I cannot use them.
Introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena! The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you!
I cannot attack that. I cannot attack that target.
just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy. If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash! 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 Trash!
Hopefully it drops. At least farming it's pretty easy.
I need to get closer.
Nothing. Feels bad.
To rebuild him.
Step closer and don't mumble. Not everything in the ocean is as good-looking or nice-mannered as I am.
Do you want something? Zandala forever.
Oh, I do need to work on my cave on this tune.
What you want?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Hey, nice, we sold a couple more things. Another discombobulator and a dick pounder. This is our first blacksmithing sale. Gonna run a cancel scan. Oh, I haven't been undercut, so that's good.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I guess I can work on my mining quest while we wait. I got it to cap, but I haven't done the rank 2 and rank 3. You can see I'm missing quite a few. Should go back and level the old world stuff as well. Almost finished with Outland though. That one was kind of a pain to level up, especially like the last 15 skill points. Had to like farm rep for recipes. And then the mats are really expensive as well.
I specialize in fine imports.
Mind just step around me, huh? Watch your back. Who you be?
Oh, was I supposed to buy something?
Come to trade. Don't leave empty-handed. Only the finest goods.
I don't know which one I'm supposed to buy. I just looked on my head.
Everything here can be held.
Hello, man. May Jani bring you fortune. What you doing here?
Is this like a bar? Why would a bar have beds?
I specialize in fine.
Oh, I guess it's technically an inn, so I guess that makes
Browsing
sense.
my competitors. You'll be back.
I've never actually explored the city. That looks so good. I think I'm gonna grill steak for dinner. That sounds really good right now. I think raid's in 3 hours, so I have some time.
Do not concern yourself with a few petty crimes. We have far more important matters to address.
I really like Workshop, but I think farming this recipe is gonna make me hate it. Especially if it doesn't like drop.
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robo-Drome.
Sparks are gonna fly!
Why does every healer mark me like a melee ability?
Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena! A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood! Now this is a statistical anomaly. Our visitors are still alive! Time to introduce them to the legends of the Tussle Talks Arena! The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you!
The city's entrance are located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
I'm putting 20 large on no mercy. If I can't bet on a sure thing, then I ain't really living.
I've been farming these recipes ever since Mechagon came out, still have neither. That's a long time.
But we're still throwing them out with the trash! 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 Trash!
Yeah, the annoying thing is I'm gonna have to farm this on my hunter as well. Because I have engineering on that too. So if I want to craft the mounts, I'll have to do both tunes. Oh, we still have some. I'm just gonna pull it with boss.
It is too far away.
Oh man, I thought that was the recipe again. I think this sucks. Maybe done for the day. Not sure how to set up the crafting operation for the mount though, since it's not really crafted, but rather combined with 2 items. Can't really do a crafting operation for those since they're used up when combined. Yeah, I'm not sure how you go about setting it up. Maybe like manually set it up in this window. I actually can't see it because I can't craft it, I don't think.
Greetings, sir and/or ma'am. Fine, leave. I was done talking to you.
Oh, there's actually another weapons cache quest. I should probably do that on my Demon Hunter before raid. So I'll have to do that after end stream, I think. Could also buy another 475 piece. I'm back up to 6.7k residuum on this tune. Trying to think if I need anything actually. Probably not. I could try and reroll for better traits for blood, but I think I have the best in slot for unholy. Just like 3 Magus and 3 Pestermite. So I guess I'll just roll maybe try for a better piece. Maybe shoulders? Like, Bloody Rim Blade's pretty decent. Eternal Wound Weapon's pretty good as well. Bones of the Damned is like so-so. Guess I can check later. Check like Blood Mallet or something. I don't really do any farming, but might as well do these quests just to have the rank 2s for mining.
They say Rastakhan has no power here. Show them the error of their ways. Drive their heresy from Tal Uru.
Not quite sure what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, so I guess we kill these dinosaurs and look for his hand? Wait, they can regenerate their hands? It's pretty OP. Wonder if it's a random item on the ground. Because usually if these would drop the item, I would show on my tooltip Nice, got it. Next quest is over here. Nice. Sold a Shanker for 2.5k. So it was definitely worth leveling up the blacksmithing and then crafting those items. But I am out of expulsum, so I will have to do some shuffling. Maybe tomorrow. And then we have to kill some trolls. And then the next quest is over here. At least these quests are fairly easy for getting rank 2s. What is a good shopping operation that takes into account market price and region sale average? Average of the two is not good enough. Probably depends on the realm. Yeah, I don't actually need any of the world quests on this tune, but I am doing the, profession quests. It also depends on what you're selling as well. Like, if you're selling profession stuff, you should throw in crafting in there as well. And then if you're doing, like, professions as well as, like, flipping, then you want to have, like, an average buy or smart average buy included. I wonder how much these steel-bound harnesses are going for on this realm. If it's even worth farming that recipe.
Step closer and don't mumble. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
30k. Quite a few listed at 30k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
Could be worthwhile if we do anything in Legion. I may run it once to see if I can get the recipe, and then collect some of the transmog in there. I think it was Nighthold. think it was Tichondrius that drops the recipe, but I don't see it on the loot table. Yeah, it's off of Tichondrius. Normal plus. Could just run it real quick on normal. Yeah, I like having the ranks for completeness, even if I don't like ever plan on mining on this realm. Am I supposed to kill stuff? Germas DD, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I guess we could just kill stuff.
I need to target something first. I am out of range.
Nice, we got 48 already. Should be fairly easy to collect all these.
To the abyss with you.
Following my last question, is there a way to include DB market unless it's ridiculously high, like a motive air DB market value of 45 gold? I think if you can, like a nominal price, I think you can do like a if greater than or if less than, in that case. And then I think you can do it based off of a percentage of DB market as well as like a nominal amount. Barn Animal, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, you could also do a minimum. Oh, with DB historical. Yeah, if there was like a huge swing in price, that would work as well.
I do not have a target.
I guess we turn these in and then hit Dalaran. See if we can get the drop in Nighthold.
I need to get closer.
Someone's selling the Assassin's Blade for, quote, cheaper than the auction house, except for 330 on the auction house. Let's see how much they want. They want 60k. I guess that's pretty reasonable.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Best goods in the Empire right here. Please come again. I will be seeing you.
We could always run it on Heroic and Mythic as well. I'm gonna check what pieces I need from there, as far as like transmog.
I am honored. Till next we meet, what brings you here? How may I help?
So I'm missing a few of the normal pieces, so might as well just run it on normal. Hopefully we don't need to have it leveled for it to drop. Trying to remember where the entrance is. I think it's over here. Nope, this does not look right. It's a dungeon entrance. So we are close. So that's like the dungeon over there, right? Thought the raid was like pretty close as well. I don't think it's over there. It should be somewhere around here. No. Oh yeah, it's down here. Found it.
I am out of range. I need to get closer.
To infuse its creature with the Nighthold's power. Have a care. If this abomination was created to protect lower reaches of the Citadel from invaders,
Too far away.
It must be particularly deadly. This is a momentous day, my friends. Until the Legion
Nice, we got the
came,
feet.
no outsider was permitted inside the corridors of the Nighthold for 10,000 years.
Technically I should loot everything since we do get a chance at BOEs in here as well.
Now the fate of my people rests in the hands of outsiders. All of you. To save us from the terrible bargain made by our queen. Aran Arcana.
Still missing the Gul'dan mount as well. Probably not gonna full clear though. Just gonna go after the mount recipe.
Shanar Dalaras. I have no idea how such an entity came to be, but the essence of the Nightwell is surging through it. Tendrils of power.
I think the room pulls with the
emanating
boss,
from
so
the
I'm just gonna pull
aberration.
boss.
I believe Elisand is using this creature to maintain the timeline spell. In order to free our allies at the
Maybe
gate,
not.
this monstrosity must be destroyed. The time lock is broken. They are free.
No doubt our forces will be disoriented. I will inform them what happened.
This is actually a pretty fun raid when it was current.
Our assault.
From here, we have access to the palace grounds. We can open the gates from the inside.
You're tracking mud everywhere! Have a bite, Master! I know it's your favorite. Have a bite, Master! I know it's your favorite. Welcome home, Master! May I take your head?
I'm not sure what I've done, but I'm positive I deserve this beating.
The palace grounds are just ahead. You'll find them even more heavily defended than the lower levels.
Dang, I thought that was a BOE for a second. Got excited. But it's a great item. I'm still in combat with something. Should be able to mount here. We can probably skip the next boss. Just go straight to Tichondrius. I'm trying to remember which side he's on. I think it's this way, and then we go left and up some stairs. Yeah, I think this looks like the right way.
Incompetent mortal fear. These Nightborn can't even defend their own. Never trust a mortal to do a demon's work. Feed my hunger, wretch. Supposed to win.
So no recipe.
In the Third War, Tichondrius fell in battle against Illidan Storm.
Oh, we did actually get it. Nice. Wait, I have it already. Oh, that's for the mount. But it does look like I need to level up Legion Blacksmithing. Probably do that some other time. We did get a couple of the transmog pieces that we wanted though, so that's cool. And then we got the recipe to drop.
Greetings, sir, and
Much better than our workshop farm earlier.
not everything in the ocean. Have anything ancient to trade or nice manner to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we sold a deck pounder for 1.5 and a shanker for 2.5. So probably we're shuffling on this realm actually. Sells are like super fast.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
It doesn't seem like people are undercutting us as well. Kind of sad there was only one. Dang, there's 164,000 at 2 gold 7. Trying to decide how many I want. Maybe like 100,000? You can see I bought 58,000 and burned through them all pretty much. It's like 300k though. Do I want 50k, 20k, 10k? Tips on stocking up battle pet inventory. Are you doing it like on one realm? Or are you on multiple realms? I mean, if you're first starting to get into it, it's probably worthwhile to farm some of your own pets. But if you're trying to buy them to take them to a different realm, you can just use the Endermine Journal to see how much they are on other realms. And then whether or not it's going to be profitable for you to buy it out on your realm and move it over to another realm.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, like the AQ pet is still really popular as well. Yeah, the Anubis idol.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
You can see they're like 3.5k on Tichondrius, but the RMV is like much higher, 4k, 5k. I have my main realm and a side realm. So you're trying to make more gold on the side realm? Yeah, I'd probably just take a look at like the Undermine Journal. And then if you go to like the Deals tab and scroll down, there's a bunch of lists. And one of them is companion deals, which lists like mounts and pet deals. And then if you see something listed there, you can click on it, see what it goes for on your off realm. And then also what it sells for across the region. You could also just do a search for battle pets in TSM. I think that's right, yeah. Just do /battle pets. And I have mine sorted by DB market. Yeah, you can see the region market value average on this one is like 600 gold, but they're selling for 10 gold to 50 gold on Tichondrius. So it's just a matter of working through the list and seeing how much they go for on your new realm. Yeah, some of these deals actually look really good, especially the item expedition pets. When there's less people like farming those, the pets should go up in value. Especially like buying one at like 1 gold. Not sure about the visions pets though. They are really easy to get. You've been investing in quite a few though. You can see there's a whole wall of them at 1 gold. So definitely be an item that you'd be sitting on for a while, but you could probably make some decent profit buying these out now and sitting on them until like Shadowlands, or even moving them to a different realm. At the end of the day, the Left Shark did go from worthless garrison pet to some profit on the Auction House 2 expansions later. Yeah, I have so many of those still in a bunch of my bank guilds. Wonder how much they are here. There's a bunch of 2 gold. But you can see most of the other ones are like 1.5k plus. And the region market value average is back up to like 80. I give out VOD channels for free at this point. Yeah, I should just set up your TSM tooltip to show you what the region is, what the historical price looks like on that realm.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot I bought these out to do a reset.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So we can set the price for this one since there was only one. It does have a super low sale rate, so I'm gonna try and get like 10k for it.
I cannot trade that.
If you find anything exotic that would scare you shellless, come back with some better stories. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh yeah, I was gonna buy out some Tide Spray Linen as well. I'll just buy 20k for now.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Abyssal Fragment is still a profit flip for you. Yeah, if you can find the fragments for cheap and just sell them in stacks for 20. That's what I was doing when they first came out.
I cannot carry anymore.
And then even like buying them out now and stashing them in like a guild bank would be worthwhile. And then just sell them in Shadowlands in stacks of 20.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Quite a few at 1.6. I mean, it's like almost 4 mounts. So if we really wanted to, we could buy these out at 125. And then throw up a bunch of stacks at 2.4. Potentially make up like 600 or 700 gold for each of the fragments. Oh, did you invest 250k in those? Yeah, I think 1.6k is a really good price for these. Maybe I'll hold off on buying though. But that would be something to look at, maybe in pre-patch. Closer towards Shadowlands.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Wonder how much the mounts are now. So Tame Bloodfeaster, 8.8k on this realm. Poseidus, 14k. So the prices aren't too terrible. Wow, the Jade Panthers are 35k on Tichondrius. That's actually really good. So we could potentially get into the Panther market. Sky Golems for 48 is pretty decent as well. I think my average sale is between like 50 to 70k on most of my realms. And then quite a few 2CG stuff. May actually have to start farming the rep for the panther mounts on my Jewelcrafter. I did level up a second D-Man Hunter on this realm. Picked up, I think it was skinning and Jewelcrafting on that tune. So that's another market that we could potentially get into. Especially since we got the Alchemist Transmute Mastery earlier today.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I need to get closer.
And which lower do you bargain with?
So we do need to level up our Legion Blacksmithing at some point so we can use this recipe. But I'll do that another time. We do have plenty of ore, but maybe we're checking prices if we want to restock or stockpile more.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
There is platinum ore at 1 gold. That's super low. I just bought the ones at 1 and 1.5. Osmanite at 4 gold 64. Pretty decent. Yeah, you guys can see it's quite expensive right now. My average purchase was 8 gold 60 on 3,000. Now they're 10 gold plus. So may actually have to wait until the weekend for the prices to drop again. Legion Blacksmithing sucks because the toon needs Blood of Sargeras. Yeah, I had the same problem with the Leatherworker that I was leveling. I couldn't cap Leatherworking because I didn't have any bloods.
If you find anything
I did mail over a bunch of the shoulder enchants though. Just put them on an heirloom. That way I can hit like Falcosaurs. Get bloods that way pretty easily. I may actually start doing that on this toon. You guys can see I put the Blood Hunter on the shoulders. because my main's on a different realm with the rep to buy that. And I'll just use these shoulders when I'm farming Falcosaurs or whatever. Yeah, it all depends on how much capital you have too. Like a 250k investment is a lot if you only have like $500,000. But once you start like gold capping tunes, like 250s, not gonna feel like very much. You've made more than 500k in Legion Blacksmithing mount. Dang, that's really good.
Hello.
Yeah, I was selling them on my main alliance realm, I think for like 70 or 80k average.
Till next week.
Did do a reset from like 30 to 50k though. And I still have quite a few on my main alliance realm. Easier to sell than make because of blood. Yeah, that's why I like flipping. I didn't have to like go out and farm all the bloods and craft them myself. Just get the other crafters to do the farming for me. Throw them up in the auction house, and then just do resets. Mel by Mel, thank you so much for the follow. So my favorite spot for Falcosaurs is down here. So I'm just gonna fly down and get that flight path. And then probably kill a few packs. Switch over to my monk and do the same thing. I think the drop still has like a cooldown of 1 hour. So it's best just to kill a bunch of packs and try and get one satchel. Usually like you'll get 2 or 3. And then just switch over to a different tune, do that tune, so on. And then also to make sure you're wearing the right shoulders. You need to have this enchant on it. You need Warden's Rep, I think. I'm pretty sure you have to be... I want to say Exalted, but maybe it's Revered. But you have to have it on one account, or one tune. And then you can just buy the enchants and throw them on heirlooms. kind of want to run a key before I eat as well. Not sure I'll have time. Probably be ending stream like around 6. And then getting some food. And then the raid should start like 7:30ish. Oh, I do need to do the world quest as well on my Demon Hunter. I think that weapon's an upgrade for sure. So the important thing is you kill a bunch of packs and don't loot. Wait a few minutes. And that'll give you a higher chance at getting more of the bags that have the bloods in them. If you loot right away, you'll usually get only one.
It is too far away.
There's a big pack over here as well. But it looks like there's one other person that's like farming.
I am out of range.
You don't do the seagulls on the coast. Is that a better spot for it? I don't know, I always thought this area was like the best. But we could try seagulls on my monk. I think seagulls is only good if you like realm hop, which isn't really a thing anymore. The small island? Yeah, I can fly over there and see. I think I'm gonna do one more pack, kill these over here, and then loot.
I need to get closer.
So no satchels there. None there.
It is too far away.
I think some of our kills despawned. Might actually be shorter than like 5 minutes now.
I am out of range.
Dang, no satchels. Oh, we did actually get one. But we didn't get multiples, which is kind of lame. I think we looted everything. And then a few things despawned as well. So we got 3.
I have many lucky doos you like. May your feet find good trails.
Just gonna park here and switch to my monk. For me, it's easier because I park my tune there and go and log in every half an hour. Yeah, it's the best way to do it. I think it has an internal cooldown of like 30 minutes or 1 hour. So we'll go ahead and check out that island that you were talking about. I think I know the spot you're talking about. It's in Stormheim, right? Taking forever to log in. No. Oh, did the goals get nerfed? Took forever to log in. I don't even know what this item is. Wonder if it was a flip. Not sure. Maybe it was just a random item that I... Oh, it's one I crafted, I think, to level up my leatherworking. So that's cool.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least.
And then I'm gonna relist my... Hey, the elixir wisdoms that we crafted for our alchemy sold. That's pretty cool too.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think I actually forgot to roll for Silas's before I logged off this tune. But we can do that now. Nice, we got it. So we have like an hour to craft.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So I think we decided the intellect one was pretty decent. So craft a bunch of those. Alright, so we have the buff for 10 minutes. Nice, I just got a 12 proc. 6 proc, 5 proc. Suna 2360 are the coordinates. Awesome, I will check it out after I'm done crafting. So we've captured 119. So we should get a little bit over 200. We actually did really good. We got 249. So rather than 1.7, we got like more than twice. With silences in rank 3.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And then we should probably do some Unbridled Fury as well. It's 30 gold right now. So yeah, we picked up our Xanathid at 444 earlier. So crafting costs with a Silas's proc and rank 3 should be like 16 gold. So definitely worthwhile. I do also need some healing potions for raiding. So I may craft a few of those as well. I think I'm gonna craft like 20 of these just for my own personal use. And then I'll do a mix of Abyssal Healing Potions and the Unbridled Furies. So we got 29 of those, so not bad. And I'll probably do like 20 or 30 crafts of these and then dump the rest into the Unbridled Furies. Do like 40. We have the buff for 5 more minutes, so that should be enough. What do you buy your Xanathid at? We bought a bunch earlier at 4 gold 44. Yeah, I used to just buy the Unbridled Furies off the auction house. You can see I bought 300 at 30 gold. Just for running like Mythic Plus and stuff. But now that I have Silas's and like a couple of the rank 3s, it's cheaper for me to craft my own. I can actually do like 600 more crafts. Just a matter of picking up crystal vials. Hopefully I can do it all before the Silas buff goes away. We have it for like 3 more minutes. So we may have to craft for like 3 minutes and then wait for it to come back up. Use the prosperity buff again, and then craft the rest. But we can check out Asuna after our buff runs out.
Greetings, sir and/or ma'am.
Keep forgetting this mount doesn't have the crystal balls.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
I'll just buy 1,000 and stash the rest. So 548 crafts should get us, I think, like 800. Oh, we only had the buff for 56 seconds. So I'll have to cancel the craft before that runs out. And then wait 11 minutes. Really glad we got the prosperity though. Not having to wait like days or even like weeks for it to show up is always nice. I think that's probably good for now. And then we have an 11-minute wait before we can start crafting again. But yeah, I usually use like probably 15 to 20 per mythic plus. So I go through them quite fast. I think the savings do add up. So Asuna 2360 is where we want to be. So it's down here. Hopefully I have the flight path.
Greetings.
I think that's probably the closest. And then make sure to put on our shoulders with the enchant. do actually need this recipe. Missing storm scale.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
It's actually like super cheap right now. You can see the market price is like 6 gold. I think I saw it last week for like 12 or 15 something. Just gonna buy these.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Might even try and flip some. I think there's a mailbox over here. Yeah, it's right here. Nice.
How may I help?
Nice that it actually gave us a skill point too.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Would be a nice flip. 3 gold to 99.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So 2360. Oh, it's down here. Nice.
So arrogant are the Legion that they defile my lands and think themselves safe. Their forces are massing in Faranar. Strike there and cripple them before they move deeper into Azuna.
So over here? I do not see any. Actually further north. Must be this spot. Wow, there's quite a few. That's actually insane. We did get one satchel. pretty decent spot. I think it actually is better than the Falcosaurs. You don't have to like run around and pull separate packs. Dang, we only got 1 blood for that.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless.
And then our Silas is back up in 2 minutes.
Have anything ancient to try was done needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So quite a few still at 10 gold. Kind of want this guy to drop his price back down to 7 gold.
If you find anything,
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna park my tunes here. This is actually a really good spot. Especially in a monk, because I can just use statue to pull pretty much everything. So Salas is back up in 30 seconds. I think I'm just gonna go all in on the Unbridled Fury. I only got 1 blood bag. But I imagine you can get multiple if you get lucky. Grabbed a few more potions as well. Pretty good to have for like raiding as well as Mythic Plus. Nice, we got a 20 proc on the healing potions. And then I'll just go on Unbridled Fury for the rest. Normally 2 to 3, but sometimes only 1 drops. Yeah, if you can get like 2 to 3, it's almost as good as the Falcosaur spot. I think the most I've seen at the Falcosaur spot is like 3 or 4. That was actually like my go-to spot for farming the things that you need for engineering. But I do like this spot a lot better. Less running around. I do also have another versatile 3 that I need to drop on something. Could always cleanse this. It's only a TD one. So we have the buff for 9 minutes. It's gonna take 380 seconds to craft. So plenty of time. I'm glad to share with you since I don't play on US. Fair enough. Yeah, I imagine it gets pretty crowded on the weekends. So I'm gonna be calling it a day, I think. I'm gonna let these finish crafting, but I'm gonna go grab some food probably in the meantime. Thank you all for hanging out today, and then thank you Salmondon as well for the big host slash raid earlier. I'm gonna see someone else. Gonna see if I can find someone else to raid. Looks like quite a few people on right now, a lot of gold makers. But I'm gonna raid Sharkin, I think. So I hope you guys all have a great Thursday. I will be in raid starting at like 7:30ish. But I think Lamb Chops is streaming that. So if you wanted to see us raid, you can go check out her channel as well. But yeah, I'm gonna toss you guys over to Sharkin, another really awesome gold maker. Definitely should follow him if you don't already. Should be back probably Saturday, but I may also do a short stream tomorrow.